Hey Jen, it's Maria. Can you hear us or do you want to
I can hear you.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'll tell me when I could talk?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, my dear.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We are here for a Taos Municipal Schools Board of Education regular board meeting. Today is Wednesday, August 19th, 2026. For the record, it is 6:04 PM. I would like to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Can we please get a roll call?
President Flores,
Present.
Vice President Spray. Here. Secretary Trujillo,
Here.
Board Member King,
Here.
Board Member Concha.
Here.
Item 3 is Pledge of Allegiance. Superintendent, if you don't mind leading us in the pledge, if we could please rise.
Pledge allegiance to
The flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Okay, item 5 is approval of the meeting agenda. Superintendent, do we have any proposed changes? Oh, my goodness. Yep, way ahead of, thank you, sir. Item 4, our land acknowledgement statement. It is respectful to recognize the unique and enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous people and their traditional territories. We acknowledge that we are on the historic homeland of the Red Willow people within the original territory of Taos Pueblo. This acknowledgement will oblige as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to respectfully recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Red Willow people whose land and water we benefit from in this great valley today. Okay, now approval of the agenda. Any proposed changes?
Not for me.
Does the board have any proposed amendments to the agenda?
President Flores, I don't know that I have any amendments. It's just, our board packets were available on Monday and I didn't honestly get to go through the whole consent agenda, but I did make note that we're set to approve over 1.6 million in, spending. And, I kind of wanted to be able to like read through all of it. I don't know if there's, anything on there that's time that needs to be approved in, a short amount of time or quickly, but I don't know who else all got to read through all of that, but it was pretty extensive and like I said, 2 business days wasn't enough for me to get through.
President Flores, members of the board, I believe everything that we have on here usually does have a time sensitive as far as making sure that we have it beforehand. But on a note, I do want to say that we do provide the board with the electronic link on Friday, which is about 5 days before. We've been pretty consistent with every Friday.
Okay, I wasn't aware. I did start looking at it on Monday. I got my board packet today, but I do always look at it online.
Thank you. But everything that we put on here usually has a sensitive time frame before.
Right.
Thank you, Board Member Contra. So in regards to the spending that is on the consent agenda, it is for our exceptional programs for services that are provided annually to those students that need it. So what we can do is, what I would like to do is I'll make a motion to approve the meeting agenda with amendments to pull from the consent agenda for discussion items 7.5 through 7.13.
Second.
Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha.
Mr. President White. So are we, is this being open for discussion or we're gonna table? What are we gonna do?
So we're pulling the exceptional programs, services out so we can have a brief discussion with our exceptional programs director regarding those items that are listed on the agenda. And then when we, get to the consent agenda, if we so decide to approve them, we'll put them back in.
Okay.
So we have a motion from myself, a second from Vice President Spray. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Okay, so that takes us to item 6, which is public comment. I believe we have one individual online for public comment. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak? To see staff, okay. Prior to public comment, any interested person may submit data, views, or arguments in writing to the board on any school-related topic by submitting their comments to Executive Secretary Samantha Gonzalez at samantha.gonzalez@taoschools.org. An individual or representative wishing to give public comment shall register prior to participating in public comment or notify the superintendent's office. Additionally, when registering for public comment, the speaker shall be required to identify the subject matter of their proposed comments when they register. In this case, it says speakers are allotted for 3 minutes, but the board was in agreement to move that to 5 minutes. So the speaker will have 5 minutes or an amount otherwise designated by the board president at the beginning of the meeting. The board president, in his or her sole discretion, may shorten or lengthen the comment period time to ensure that the meeting is efficiently and promptly conducted. All speakers are required to abide by all time limitations, and speakers are strongly encouraged to avoid personal attacks and to utilize all administrative avenues for complaint resolution prior to bringing issues to the board, and to avoid identifying students in comments, and to present all comments professionally and respectfully. If you're an individual with a disability who is in need of a reader, amplifier, qualified sign language interpreter, or any other form of auxiliary aid or service to attend or participate in the hearing or meeting, please contact the Office of the Superintendent at 575-758-5202 at least 1 week before the meeting or as soon as possible. So at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment, and we have one speaker online that wishes to speak. If you can please state your name and the purpose for your comments.
My name is Jennifer Rivera, and I am coming before the board tonight about a scholarship that I had.
Please proceed, Ms. Rivera.
Good evening, President and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Rivera, and I recently organized the Ray of Hope Scholarship Basketball Tournament, a nonprofit created in honor of my late godbrother, Ray Martinez. He's an alumni of Taos Municipal Schools. I'm trying to raise scholarship funds for local students. For this annual tournament, we want to continue holding it in Taos for years to come, and this is one of the main reasons that I am here tonight. Our experience showed me that the district needs a clearer and more consistent process for community organizations during using district facilities. When I initially contacted the principal of Taos Municipal Schools about using the gym, I was told that a basketball goal had been damaged and she did not know whether it would be repaired in time. During our conversations, she referred to it as my goal and my gym and told me that if I wanted to find another gym, that was fine. That left me with the impression that access to the district-owned facility was being treated as though it were controlled by one individual. After waiting without a clear answer, I contacted Superintendent Dr. Layton. He ultimately informed me that the goal would be repaired and told me we could move forward with the advertising. I followed his direction. After I advertised the tournament, however, the principal contacted me questioning why I had done so. I explained that the superintendent had given me permission. She then told me she was going to contact him herself, and I never heard back from her. That was confusing. If the superintendent had approved the event, I did not understand why I was being questioned for following his direction. Another issue I had was regarding fees. My signed facility use agreement reflected a $500 donation for the gym. There was no custodial fee listed on that agreement. I had been told the custodial fee would be $200, and that was verbal. Then the day before the payment was due, the principal personally texted me and told me that the custodial fee was changing from $200 to $300. I immediately contacted Dr. Layton. He responded in writing that if $200 was the agreed upon amount, the district would honor it. I was also instructed by the principal to pay the district custodian directly in cash. As someone who has worked in New Mexico Public Public Schools that concern me. Payments involving public school facilities should be documented and processed through established district procedures. On July 31st, my mother delivered 2 separate money orders to Taos Municipal Schools for $500 for the facility and $200 for the custodial fee. I still have not received a receipt. My mother did request a receipt and was told that she could not be provided one. I immediately notified Dr. Layton and the principal via text and didn't hear back from her. I also know that the members of the local men's basketball league have experienced similar concerns regarding the use of the district facility. I cannot speak for their experiences individually. I want to be clear. I am not here because I do not want to work with Taos Municipal Schools. I am here because we do want to work with them. We want to come back. The Ray of Hope tournament was awesome. And I wanted to become an annual event. We wanted to grow. We want to raise money for more scholarships for local students and become something the Taos community can look forward to every year. That is why I respectfully ask that the board establish a standardized facility use process that clearly identifies who has the authority to approve district facilities, who is the point of contact, who all facility and custodial fees, what all facility and custodial fees are before an agreement is signed, how payments must be made, and how receipts will be provided. Any changes to agreed upon fees should also be provided in writing and not changed last minute. Most importantly, no community member should be left with the impression that access to a taxpayer school-supported facility depends on the discretion of one individual. These are district facilities intended to serve students and the community. We should be encouraging organizations to give back, not making the process so difficult or inconsistent that there is hesitation to return. We want to return. We want to continue honoring my brother and provide scholarships for Taos students. I hope the board uses our experience as an opportunity to create a clear, consistent, and transparent process for everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Typically, it's a practice that the board does not comment during public comment, but we have received your comment and we will work with the superintendent accordingly. Thank you very much for your time and thank you for the hosting of the tournament and for providing scholarships to our local students. We greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving from public comment, we have our consent agenda. We did pull, I believe, item 7.5 through 7.13 out for discussion. Mrs. Malake, could you come up to the podium for some brief questions? Ms. Malaki, right? So the one question I have for you is the services that are being requested for approval in this amount, is this something that the district, the amount, is it a historical amount that roughly mirrors this, or is this an exceedance of what we typically have needed in the past?
I believe historically, these are the amounts that we have. Now that we are on the RFP stage, so some of these contractors are returning contractors based on the evaluation of the RFP evaluators. In fact, there is one contractor here whose contract from last year was reduced depending on the needs of the district. So these are returning contractors, some of them. Some are new, depending on the results of the RFP evaluation.
From my experience on the board, these services that I did see here and did review on the consent agenda are necessary services that are provided to our exceptional, the students that are in the exceptional programs. What I've historically seen is these have come to the board in different timelines. We'll get one or two, they get approved, and then in another board meeting or two down the road, we'll get another one or two. And so I see your concern, Board Member Concha, and it is noted, and I actually really appreciate you bringing that forward. But these are necessary and required services for those students that are needing them. And also in reviewing the contracts, all invoicing is required. The invoicing is going to need, and I'm going to try to find the language on there real quick on one of these. We will not pay for anything that is not documented, any services that are not documented on them. And I believe in reviewing, so here we go. scope of work. Contractor will provide the procuring agency with one or more of the following services. Under the direction of TMSD, the Director of the Exceptional Programs, the contractor shall accomplish the following activities. In this case, it's a physical therapist will evaluate and create reports, participate in team meetings, and provide services for students receiving physical therapy as indicated in the IEP. They will provide proper and timely Medicaid documentation through Max Capture and other required related platforms such as RMTS, Random Moment, Time Study as required by the audit in Taos Municipal School District. The district shall not pay for undocumented services, incomplete services, or services outside the approved scope of work. And in this case, this is Shannon Gonzalez, Guiding Light Therapy LLC. And there is a listed amount here. I think this covers the amount that is projected to be needed throughout the calendar year.
Yes,
Correct,
it is a
the school year?
projection. It might decrease or it might increase depending on the needs of our students. So it's always based on the district needs. And throughout the whole district for Shannon, specifically for Shannon, she's also servicing our pre-K programs. So we cannot really identify the exact amount as of right now because pre-K needs would be kind of, it would come anytime depending on the needs of our students. So especially for referral purposes, referrals can be provided or submitted by anybody and a parent. And once it is submitted, we have to act on it based on IDEA to make sure that we address FAPE for our students.
So with these services that are being requested, we're setting ourselves up to have the capacity and the ability to provide them on an as-needed basis, and that is required through the IEP process.
Yes,
So
it is all the time, President Flores. It is all the time based on the IEP needs of our students.
And in this case, we're looking to approve certified physical therapy services, a licensed and certified diagnostician services, certified occupational therapy services, services for visually impaired,
Yes.
a speech and language pathologist, certified bilingual speech and language pathologist, an additional certified speech and language pathologist, additional occupational therapy services, dyslexia reading specialist services. So with that being said, just for the board, I'm okay with moving forward with the approval of these. It's pretty much setting up an amount, and will be billed on a service provided documented invoice. And from hearing from our director, we may need at some point in time to increase some of these services, but that would be brought forward to the board for the increase in services.
If I may add some more very important details that the board should understand. We have not made our contractors start services since the start of our first day of school. So as of right now, we need to provide, as soon as we approve this, we need to provide compensatory time for our students that are not being serviced in the first day of school. So if this one goes a little bit delayed, we would have more compensatory service that needs to be calculated so that we will provide FAPE for our students based on the student needs. So the moment this one is approved, then I will deploy our staff to make sure that we answer the needs of our students and provide compensatory time on the first day of school. FAPE and IDEA made sure that on the first day of school, the student has to have that service. Anything that has a gap on it, we've got to provide. As a district, it is our obligation to provide compensatory time, which we need to catch up once these contractors are being approved. I'm trying my best to make sure that our students are provided with the IEP needs, and we address that as a district to make sure that we answer FAPE on. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Superintendent.
If I were to, is it okay if I'll add a little bit? Okay, so just also that we provided in the contracts of all our contractors to make sure that they provide documentation and notes in Max Capture. In this way, we would be able to track the services and we'd be able to make sure that we are implementing the IEP and the services are being tracked based on our Max Capture portal.
Thank you. Vice President, you had a question?
Hi, I just wondered, do all these contracts go through legal review, or is it only contracts under a certain,
They
over
all-
a certain amount?
Superintendent?
To answer your question, yes, these contracts went through legal review before, especially since it went through an RFP process.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I wanted to say is I think that what Member Concha was alluding to about getting the packets earlier, I don't know if there's any way that we could get these, whatever would need to change for us to be able to look at these over the weekend. That would be super helpful for especially business people, I think. I have a hard time running my shop and reading this at the same time. So if there's a way that we could do that,
And
I'd like us to look at it, please. Thank you.
no problem. One of the mechanisms is once it's sent through email on Friday, if you click on the link, all of this is available.
I know, but I like to look at this over the weekend if I can. So if that can happen, great.
It
If it
may-
can't,
We can give it a shot, but it is a little difficult because it does require quite a bit put together. That's why we send the.
maybe the agenda could be done a day before. I don't know,
We could-
just whatever. Think about it. Thank you. That's my request, is that we just try. Thank you.
Thank you, President Flores, for the clarification. Yeah, I just wanted to make note, again, in my time on the board, I haven't seen this many contracts come forth with this amount of spending. And so, wanting to be thorough and read through them all, I do trust, of course, Dr. Malachi's, putting everything together and the hard work it takes to put the contracts together and all the services that will be provided. I'm really looking forward to seeing our exceptional programs excel and seeing, fantastic student outcomes based on everything that you're lining up. So yeah, thanks again for the clarification. And I just wanted to make note and make the board aware that I hadn't read through all this, but I am agreeable to voting with the majority of the board.
Thank you, Board Member Concha.
You have a very good point there, Board Member Concha, and we will work to be a little more timely with the packets and with the agenda. But again, we're mandated by the state to provide these services, and they're services that are provided annually, correct, Associate Superintendent, to these students that need them? And there is a tracking mechanism in place for all invoicing and services that will be provided. So I feel comfortable moving forward with this approval if the superintendent does recommend. So if it's in the board's, if the board is in agreement, I would like to make a motion to place these items back into the consent agenda, which would be items 7.5 through 7:13.
I'll second.
We have a second from Board Member King to place said items back into the consent agenda. Could we please get a roll call?
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes.
I just have a comment on the consent agenda, and that is the open purchase orders. Not recalling what JAG, our auditors, said about open purchase orders. I believe that it was brought up. And I was just, what I had seen in the past with open purchase orders is a list of items that could be purchased with an open purchase order, just not a blanket purchase order. I don't know how, maybe the town, you can kind of mirror the process or give us some insight as to what it is that you use at the town, because this is just like a blanket. It's just open.
Well, from my experience, I currently don't serve as the facilities director any further with the town of Taos, but in previous experience as Taos County's facilities director and the town of Taos's facilities director, we did allow for a open purchase order. I'm not sure the dollar amount that they're in allowance right now with those entities. But it is, from my experience as a facilities director, if you get called to an emergency at the school for, toilets overflowing or, and I think our operations director could probably speak more clearly to this, there is a need to have to be able to run down to the hardware store and purchase those items versus having to, go through a purchase order for a $20 or $200 item. Sometimes there's an immediate need for them. What I would recommend, and one of the practices that I was required to do when I was at the county is we did develop a list of all historically purchased items. And then we got, so not, the school works how they, superintendent dictates and operations director dictated, but what we did is we provided 3 local hardware departments with a list of items, and they quoted those items, and then we made a determination as to who we wanted to go with. A lot of the hardware stores, some of those hardware stores in particular, didn't carry some of the items that we needed versus another hardware store carried it, and some were more expensive. So it was, they kind of fell within the same dollar amount, give or take, you know, maybe a couple $100 or $1,000. But I think with the history that the school has, they know who they can go to. In this case being Rio Grande's Hardware, to purchase the bulk of the items. And this time, Mr. Herrera, if you could just give some feedback.
Superintendent, President Flores, Vice President Spring, members of the board. President Flores is actually correct. The general reason for the blanketing of an open PO for something like Granger Ace Hardware is because it's minimal things that we do require. Unfortunately, we don't know exactly what we require for the emergency or the event for the maintenance of the facilities. Now, what I can assure you is that we do, through audit, we do have receipts. All of this is processed through finance. So if the board ever wanted a complete audit of what we've purchased throughout the year, it would take time, but it's not an issue. We actually could produce it because everything is on a receipt and only certain people are allowed to purchase from one of the locations.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And President Flores, if I may, we do have our maintenance supervisor, Alipio, here. Maintenance supervisor Alipio Mondragon, who could probably attest to what the kind of items you would need to go to a store or someone would need to go to a store during the course of a year. If it's okay.
And I'm asking the question only because, and you just satisfied my concern is that there has to be really, really strict procedures and processes to be able to have those receipts, and the people that are going to can and only purchase. And so, and to be able, the controls are there so that everything gets tied to this amount of 30,000 for Rio Grande and for Granger, again, that it's all just part of it. And that way there would be no questions regarding an audit if our auditors would pull up those contracts, those items, and they would all just be very presented as legitimate.
President Flores, Superintendent Layton, let me, in regards to your question, let me just explain the process, because I spent the better part of the afternoon processing invoices today. So the purchases we make with these open purchase orders will be anything from a toilet seat to a bathroom plunger, paint for the schools, every bug spray, ant spray, anything that the guys need on a daily basis. This is how we operate, right? Nuts and bolts, anything like that. The process we use is anytime they make a purchase, they're required to put where what school the purchase was made for, and it's tied to a work order in our school dude work order system. They will put the work order number on the invoice, and I'll look at that before I okay to pay it. So
You sign off and you sign off.
yes, absolutely. So, and it's also logged, they will log it down, the amount and the item in the computer. So it's logged into a work order as well.
Okay, thank you.
So, and that's with all our open purchase orders, that's the process we use.
And if I may add, Secretary Trujillo, on top of him approving them, I also approve the approvals that he's approved, and then they actually go to finance for one more approval. These processes were set in place by the previous board for this reason when it came to purchasing of items from any local store or any store in general, to Mr. Trujillo's point about being able to self-audit, and not only that, being able to prove that we've had multiple layers before it actually gets to the purchase.
Vice President Spray.
Thank you. Are you done? Go
Well,
ahead.
You mentioned something, and that was just really, that you log in exactly the school and probably the bathroom or wherever it was, so it ties, so it's.
Exactly.
just-
It's tied to a
Yeah.
work order that tells us what the
Exactly.
problem was that required them to buy that part.
You know, so that,
Yes.
there, you know, when the controls are set and it's just very transparent to anyone looking at and wondering. But I'm asking this only so that if anybody out there is listening, they know that there is a process, that we are voting and allowing this open purchase
And
order to Rio
the
Grande.
other thing I forgot to tell, we also keep a list. It's that they actually write their purchase down on the list, who purchased it, the day they purchased it, and what school it went to as well. So we do it both on the computer and we keep a paper trail as well.
Thank you so much
You're welcome.
for your information, both
Thank you.
Mr. Herrera and Mr. Lee.
Thank you, President Flores. Without belaboring this too far, who is Granger?
They are WW Granger. They're actually they're a nationwide company that we buy.
So they're not
supplies from.
here.
They're out of Albuquerque. They have a
Okay.
big warehouse in Albuquerque. The best part about Granger is if you order something today, it'll show up tomorrow. So
And I've
we
asked this
make a lot
before.
of our bigger purchases from there.
Okay, thank you. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, no.
I thought you were done. I've asked this before. I never see Randall's on this for anything. What, do we
Randall's,
never use?
We
Randall's?
actually use Randall's. We don't use them in the amount. They're a smaller, so we use them mainly for lumber and, you know, other materials. So their purchase order does not exceed $20,000. It's like for $18,000.
Okay, I'm always wanting to see that public money gets spread around
We
throughout the
do.
community.
We absolutely do, but
Thank you.
we
Thank you, Alipio. Appreciate it.
and we're.
Just for the board's information, so on the Rio Grande Ace Hardware purchase, there is a letter that is provided on the back end of the agenda item documentation that states that based on last year's spending, which came close to 20,000, so board policy is anything over 19,999 needs to be approved by the board. So last year it came close to 20,000, the $20,000 limit, and with increasing costs, even with the school account discount, maintenance for the school and grounds could reach nearly 30,000. So I believe that our facilities department is anticipating, you know, with the rising costs, that this may go over the board policy amount. And if it fell below 19,999, they would not need to come to us for approval, but I believe that they're coming to us for approval due to the rising cost of everything and anticipating that, and just to ensure that the board is aware of this. And then in regards to Granger, Granger is on a statewide price agreement that is also put through the state of New Mexico's General Services Department through an RFP process. And the statewide price agreement cover page is listed here and identified for Granger for the board's information. Any further questions? I just had one question, Superintendent, and I meant to ask our Exceptional Programs Director. The funding that we are being requested to approve has been budgeted, and if we could just be made aware of where that funding is coming from?
President Flores, Vice President, Members of the Board, yes, this has been budgeted, and I believe in each of the packet, it reflects the account string
Okay.
specifically.
Okay.
Dr. Martins, if you may, specifically for these account strings, I believe we even have docs, distribution and accounting codes for it, just to be sure.
So any account string has a DAC now. The board is aware that we introduced the 8th column into the accounting string. So the 7 first columns are explaining the story of the money, so to speak. The 8th column is a control agent. So that means the workflows, in example, requisition workflows and so on, were never configured in Visions because the system wasn't set up for it. So in the summer, we had this conversion that we now start to configure workflows. So as one example, in operations, Alipio would enter a requisition, and then depending on what the value of a requisition is, Director Marcos needs to approve it or not. An example, if the value of a requisition is above.
So Dr. Martins, I don't mean to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but the question was specific to special education and the contracts.
Special education contracts are essentially similar. So again, the purchase order, the requisition, the accounting string is then related to the ex-pro DAC, if it's a federal fund or if it's SEG money, it depends on which school DAC. And then the requisition gets entered into the system. It goes through an approval workflow, which is now in the configuration phase. And once the requisition is fully approved, then it goes to the chief procurement officer, who then checks it out about budget legality and all of that. And then the requisition gets translated into a purchase order. And then it can be sent out to the contractor or to Granger or whoever.
And if I may, President Flores, Superintendent Layton, yes, these were budgeted into the special education budget and into operational as well. And I just want to note that what you typically see is that we put these on separate agenda items as they come up as contracts. It just happened this year that we needed to go out to RFP and everything landed together. So you're seeing more of them grouped together than what you would normally see.
In noting that, I would actually commend the preparation that typically we see these throughout the year or in different agendas. We're getting them all on one agenda, which does, raise the concern of alarm
Correct.
for the high dollar amount, but it is historically amounts that we spend as a district for these services.
Correct.
Well, knowing that it's being budgeted for and also being made aware that the budgetary information is provided in a lengthy numerological sequence, again, I'm comfortable moving forward with the items that have been discussed on the consent agenda. And I do want to note, I appreciate Mr. Mondragon's description of the process for the capturing and documentation of the open purchase order items. I know that every time an open purchase order has come before the board annually, gets a little bit beat up, and a lot of questions are asked, but you guys have a great process in place, it seems like, and want to just note that and appreciate that.
And President Flores, Vice President, members of the board, what we can do, I guess, for our next typical is to include prior purchases maybe, so that we can see what was purchased the year before from, for example, would be Granger and there would be samples.
I think that'd be a good approach, just to maybe a typical list of a short list, but nonetheless, I'm comfortable with moving forward and making a motion to approve the consent. Well, backing up, Superintendent, do you have a recommendation for the consent agenda?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, recommend approval of consent agenda 7.1 through 7.14 as presented today by members of Dr. Cherry Malaki and Director Operations Mark Pereira and Alipio, and those that were not presented as well.
With the recommendation from Superintendent Layton and the explanations provided, I'm more than comfortable moving forward with making a motion to approve the consent agenda as listed. There's quite a bit of verbiage in the consent agenda, so I'm not going to read through every item, but nonetheless, it is available for public review as needed. So with that, there's a motion in place. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Secretary Trujillo. Can we please call for the roll?
Comment.
Oh, yes.
Superintendent, I talked to the superintendent this morning, and on
yes,
A+ regards to educational class of diagnostics, the cover sheet, it shows July 2026, June 30, 2026. So that June 30th should be 27th. So with that, a typo. Superintendent said it's been noted, so just to let everyone know.
And corrected, yes, sir.
Yeah, and there was another typo also on the Cristina Cisneros contract in the dollar amount there was an additional number on the board packet they provided us inside our orange folder with the revised and corrected numerical amount. So with that, real quick, let's see, do we need to identify that? I don't believe so. Being that it's noted, Oh, yes, it's corrected on the board agenda here. So with that, we have a motion for approval from myself and a second from Secretary Trujillo. Could you please call for the roll for approval of the consent agenda?
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray, President Flores.
Sorry.
Yes. Thank you all for the explanations. Number 8 on our agenda is our superintendent report. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Superintendent Leyen. He's got 3 items listed and you have the floor, sir.
President Flores, Vice President Bay, today for my superintendent's update, I want to get first start to the first day of school and the site visits that my team and I went. This is the little pathway that we did to attending a first day of school for all our kids. We started out at Ranchos, visiting the classrooms, some of the staff. Then we went to Taos Middle School. As you can see there, a picture of the staff as well, and heading over to Taos High School. Then, of course, Arroyos, where we caught them, I believe it was lunch or recess, one of those two. But nonetheless, they were outside enjoying the beautiful day. Finalizing with Enos, where we were able to catch them during their lunchtime. What I can say is there was a lot of smiles from the students from the elementary to middle to high. There was also a lot of enthusiasm from our teachers. Of course, needless to say, first day of school, for all intent purposes, we're bringing over 1,700 students all around the same time into our facilities. And I'm sure there were some hiccups here and there, but nonetheless, overall, I believe the feedback was that we did have a very good first day of school. Kudos to the maintenance department, because this year what they did was they sparked up the facilities about a week or 2 beforehand to anticipate any maybe air conditioning or water problems or heating problems. So they turned on the facilities about a week before just to make sure that we caught on a little bit of the whatever would go on over the summer. So I just wanted to share with the board that it's good to see the kids. It's good to hear the laughters and walk in the halls and in between periods. And I'll say like at the high school, going back to some of the experiences I used to have is the line of the kids, can I change this class or can I have that class? Cafeteria as well, the lines were full. So I want to commend all our staff for making this a great first day of school for our students, starting up the 26-27 school year.
Does the board have any questions for Superintendent? In regards to that, Superintendent, I got to speak with my niece, who's a second grader at Enos Garcia Elementary, and she really enjoyed her lunch. On a couple days, she expressed that the orange chicken was really good and the spaghetti. She really enjoyed that. So that's all that she really informed me about. I didn't get into detail on all the other days, but she enjoyed at least 2 days of those lunches. So
Thank you for that. And some of the feedback from the kids is breakfast pizza, apparently it's a hit. So I did have to ask, what is breakfast pizza? But nonetheless, it was a good hit. It was a big hit for the kids as well. If there's no questions, move forward to the next slide. So on the 12th of August, which was this past week, a week from today, the Bond Implementation and Oversight Committee met at the middle school. And the purpose of this particular visit was to visit the school site and look at perhaps potential areas that would be recommended to the board at a future date. So the committee did walk, and I have a picture there of what area we did walk. We looked at the land to see what kind of views it would get, as well as discuss what positive or negative impacts would be if we were to consider as a committee to recommend to the board this specific location. What I can tell you is, having now just been there twice, it's got some amazing views of our mountains. And so the committee did get together just to discuss it. I also updated the committee on the MOU that the PSFA will be sending us in what they said around September. They also iterated that we should not or cannot begin any planning assessment or any cost related to the matching funds until we receive the MOU, which of course I would bring back to the board for review, discussion, and possible approval. So we're awaiting the MOU for the awarded letter so we can begin the planning assessment. But I do want to mention that it was a good visit. It was a good walk to see potential.
Vice President Spray has a question.
Thank you, President Flores. I'm looking at this picture here with the big yellow circle. What does that indicate?
That would be the area that we walked. So if we took a aerial view of what the land looked like, where on the left side, we were walking over, the committee was walking over the area that is circled in yellow. And that is the property right above the middle school.
So what, are you saying that we are thinking of building the new one there where the yellow is?
That is a possibility.
And what would happen to the old buildings?
So based on the PSFA's ranking of our schools, it would more than likely be demolished, but at their cost.
So why, I have a question. If that's the case, why wouldn't we demolish it and build the new one where the old one was?
Very good question. So one of the things that the committee discussed is the minimal disruption of instruction. So if we were to demolish the school where it's at and then start to build, we would have to consider cost of portable buildings, how many students would have to go into the classrooms, how many classrooms will we get? So actually, the very good question, because the committee did discuss why they're in specific and if that was a possibility. And two things came up: minimize cost, because you don't have to get portables, which could be for about 2 or 3 years. And then three, the minimization of instruction, meaning it's the impact that we don't want to have towards the classroom instruction.
Okay, I have another question or two, if you don't mind. What's the population of the middle school for students?
Right now, I believe we're at about 360, 370, if I'm not mistaken. We're still getting our counts from Synergy. So one of the things that we did discuss is right-sizing the middle school, because the original middle school was, I believe, built for a population of 11 or 1,200 kids.
Do you know the square footage of the current middle
Not off
school?
the top of my head.
Do you know the anticipated square footage of the one in the yellow?
We can't discuss that or even think of that yet until we get the approval from the MOU from the PSFA.
If I just may add to kind of cover some of your questions or add a little bit to that, we walked this area here. It's an area that has no development. It's owned by Taos Municipal Schools. It's a possibility or a potential build site. And to kind of reiterate what Superintendent stated is that by allowing the construction of a new school on an undeveloped area of the property would allow for the students to remain in the existing classrooms and the existing facility with minimal to pretty much no disruption. Construction could possibly occur on this site here. And then once the new school has been designed and constructed, if this is the determined location and agreed upon location, then the students would be moved into the new facility, and then the demolition of the existing facility or areas that have been approved for demolition can commence without any kind of disruption to the population. And then just on a note too, we also, visited. It is a good location. It has great views. It's quite large. The existing school stated it was built for about 1,200 students. Currently, we're a little bit below 400. There was discussion that, with the new facility constructed, we could very well entice and invite, and we'll have possibly other students coming from charter schools or some of the surrounding area that would want to attend school in a new building. So I don't think that we want to exactly build it to the existing population, but anticipate some possible growth. And it would be a smaller footprint than the existing site.
Thank you. I just have one more question. If you look at where Taos Middle School is now, and then you go toward Camino de Santiago, how much of that land over there do we own?
To the edge of that yellow circle is the property boundary.
I mean, northeast from the middle school. Do we own much of this part here in there? Straight that way. Okay.
It may be difficult to see. There is a fence line that does separate our property there, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you both for your information. Appreciate it.
And Board Member King, who chairs our bond implementation and oversight committee, do you have anything that you wish to add to the conversation?
No, it was a very robust conversation. A lot of different ideas were considered, but as the superintendent says, we need to follow PSFA, let's not get ahead of ourselves because those funds would be in jeopardy if we to do anything without
Their approval.
the course, yeah, their approval. But it's we've got a nice group of a set of community members. We have there's David Henry, who's an architect, Larry Mapes, who's a business owner and
Mechanical contractor.
and a graduate at Taos High. We have staff, so I believe everyone is excited. You know, I believe that we'll be, you know, and it's actually recorded, so you guys can go back and review the our
Conversation.
meetings. Yeah, it's bond implementation, and so you know, I think we're you know, we talked about our frequencies of meetings, and we did agree to meet monthly. So everyone's here. Obviously, Department of Finance and also Dr. Rolls are not in attendance, but other than that, the staff is all there. Olympia's there. Marcos,
Red.
everyone is here. So we've got you know, we've got the team, and we definitely, this will all come back to the board eventually for your approval. So that's pretty much it.
Okay, Board Member King, Vice President Spray, you have one more comment
Yeah.
or question?
I have a question. Thank you. Does anyone here know the legal process of how do we identify or get the message to the neighbors there, the people that have homes right there? Is there a process that you know of, the legal process of letting them know so they could weigh in and just we could hear their thoughts also?
So part of that process will be through the planning and assessment component that we're waiting for the MOU. Once PSFA approves this next step, then we begin the planning assessment, which would conceivably be notifying the neighbors that it would be built there.
That would be a town of Taos planning department thing, right? Not county. That's town of Taos. Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving to the next item, just a quick update on the status of the potential Air Force JROTC. The logo that you see there is not an official logo, just something to hold a placer for the slides, but Miss Tammy Perry brought to our attention that it was brought to the Air Force JROTC board that is in Alabama. And they had a few questions before proceeding to making a decision. Some of that was where would it be located? What kind of funding would be used? And we've already provided that information. Their next step is to bring it up for discussion and possible approval in October to their board in Alabama. So we'll hopefully know, in hopefully a good positive note, get that information back to the board in November.
Thank
So
you.
we're hoping.
Any further questions for Superintendent Leon? I'm just excited to have the thought of having a JROTC program here at Taos Municipal Schools. I think is going to be great for our students and give them you know, the ability to participate in a program that provides leadership and structure, and I think it's going to be a hit. So I'm excited to see that come to fruition.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, moving forward, we have our board policy review. Find that in my packet. Superintendent, I'm going to turn it over to you real quick because you had, I think you were going to mention something about this.
So President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, and this one in particular, it's just a copy of the OMA resolution that we adopt every year. We already adopted for this year. But when the question arose about changing the public speaking from 3 to 5 minutes, I went right ahead and contacted legal just to be sure. They said we can change it on our verbiage all we want. They kind of just encouraged us to keep it at a static number so that we're not changing from board to board. But they also mentioned that should the board want to create an addendum to the OMA, they can put it in stone, so to speak, by putting an addendum to the Open Meetings Act that it's a 5-minute public comment. Of course, once you put it there, you know, you'd have to change it up, but just wanted to make sure and let the board know what the options were that was provided by the attorneys.
With that being said, board, within your packet is the 2026 Open Meetings Act resolution, which was presented to the board on April 22nd of this calendar year. It is a 2.25-quarter-page document. I'm not going to belabor the meeting by reading the whole document, but it is an annual resolution that is reviewed by our legal team and also presented to the board annually to ensure that we're in compliance with the Open Meetings Act, which is state statute. And it is section 10-15-1D of that's the statute there of the Open Meetings Act, requires that we determine at least annually what constitutes reasonable notice of our public meetings, and it provides guidelines as to how we conduct those meetings. Does the board have any questions regarding the Open Meetings Act resolution?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, with that being said, that was just an informational item on our agenda. I do appreciate the policy review that we have during our meetings. It keeps us informed of our policies. Item 10 is new business. 10.1 is discussion, consideration, possible approval of construction services for the remodel of the administration building reception room by ServPro of Santa Fe in the amount of $37,280.19. We have our district maintenance supervisor, Mr. Alipio Mondragon, presenting.
Dr. Layton, President Flores, members of the board. It's actually going to be me. It's my turn on the list for this one. When I sent it through Diligent, I didn't change Alipio's name. So the reason I'm going to be presenting it is it actually had a safety security concern when you all had me hired here 4 or 5 years ago as the safety security director. We had looked into the feasibility of actually making the front of this office or the front side on that side an actual way to get into the building where you were safe, secure, and had a reception area. It's one thing we still lack here in the administrative building. I think we've made a lot of strides to get up to par in our offices and the boardroom. So at this time, we are asking for the approval so that we can start the construction of the room. It's right across from Dr. Layton's office. It would be on the right-hand side as you walked in. This would give you an opportunity as a parent, a concerned citizen, somebody who's coming to HR to actually meet with a reception person before they actually had the opportunity to step into the building. Now, in the past, we have had incidences where people have come into the building and you don't know that they're even in the building. Right now, Sam has had to take a lot of the brunt of that by answering the door. You might even see her sometimes if you're meeting with Dr. Layton and Sam, where she has to stop, look to see who's on the camera, let them in. This gives us an opportunity to actually flow people through in a safe, more effective way. And this gives us the opportunity to let people go to the department that they need to go to and not just roam the hallways. As not saying they roam the hallways now, but less likely to be roaming the hallways. So with that, I stand for questions.
I have some. Thank you. Go ahead.
It'd be nice to have a visual. A visual flow. Are we talking at first?
It's in your packet.
There's a floor plan.
There's a floor plan in the packet. And I can explain the floor plan. If you wanted to go on a field trip, I don't mind walking you over. It's up to the board.
Vice President Spray.
Hi, you mentioned a reception person.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know the cost of that?
That would not be on my side of the coin.
So the reception person is to my right. It would be Sam.
Oh, it would be Sam. She
Yes.
would sit there then. All right, and it says budgetary, it's line item 31703, construction services. What is that?
That's
Where's
SB9
it come
local.
from?
SB9 local with the state match.
Excuse me, not that, no.
Just
Really?
one second.
Only because you mentioned it.
Okay, go ahead.
And because again, when you're in finance, when you guys, when the directors are used to the numbers that are in the budget, you all are used to the numbers, but we would like exactly.
SB9 match.
But
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Martins, anytime that they, for budgetary purposes, this is the approval, please put on there exactly what the fund name is.
Absolutely.
It would really help us.
So Secretary Trujillo, President Flores, members of the board, we'll go ahead and do that. I'll notify where these originate from, because it could originate from all the different offices. So I'll let them know to include that in the cover page.
Appreciate that.
May I finish? Continue? Thank you. So SB 9 is the thing that we're all concerned about right now because it is based on student population.
No.
No, it's not.
CG.
Oh, that's
SCG
a
would be,
CG.
yes.
Sorry.
Our side of the coin is actually funded different. We're not funded per student. We're actually funded per building, per property. It's a different funding system.
SB 9 is, it's a local tax.
It has a local tax. It's actually a state funded through local tax as well. That's why we have the money generates every 2 months, 3 months. Yeah, it's a cycle. Yeah.
So we don't, that fund is not in any way in jeopardy?
No, ma'am.
In Dr. Martins, is that your belief? Okay.
Oh, yeah, SB
Thank
9.
you. Thank you.
The question I have, Mr. Herrera, is will the individual that, the staff that will be in this reception, will they be provided with some kind of, like security glass or some kind of measure that would protect them in the event that somebody walked in and wanted to inflict kind of harm to them?
To my knowledge, yes.
So President Flores, I'll add on this one. There actually becomes an extra added layer of security. So right now, the front doors where we buzz in, what we found out is in that particular office, there is a doorway that's in the wall, I guess built over time. So what you have now is one, a visual of who's coming in through the first buzzing of the door, right? And then there's a second doorway that would lead into that. The current second open door that we have right now would be closed and only accessible for staff within the facility. So they would go in through the first door, go in through the second door, and by the time they were going into the system, they would have to go through the third door, which then our executive secretary would allow or not allow.
I guess my concern was just more alluding towards, like, if you walk into the Town of Taos Utility Billing Office, there's a, a big piece of glass and a place where you could speak through and pass items through, and then.
Same thing, yeah. Similar to what we have at the Taos High School, which is actually, you have a better example right across the street where your finance department works. It's very similar.
That alleviates my concern. Thank you.
One more comment. Okay, thank you, President Flores. I'm interested in hearing a discussion in the board of we have all talked about not doing unnecessary expenses, things that are not unnecessary and are kind of more like window dressing things. And I just wanted to hear opinions on that. What people think about that.
My thought is, like as Mr. Herrera alluded to, I think we need to make the process of entering the schools a little bit, a lot more safe and secure. Right now, there's no reception area. I think it's
I still would like to hear what the board thinks about this kind of thing, just in general.
I'd like to actually take a minute and walk over there and kind of say, all right, this is how this is gonna be. I mean, I'm looking at this just in regards to this visual. So this is the current entryway and the foyer. So
The 2 glass doors.
right, then you come through there, or you're gonna come through on the side. There's an opening. You're saying that it's been covered. So that's coming through your office, or that little,
The opposite side.
it's where the other office is at.
Correct. So prior to that, the office was the exceptional programs office, if you recall.
So
And there's
That's-
actually a door, once you walk into the right, it's actually, we found out by knocking on it, because everything is solid up until you hit that doorway where it leaves the echo. So that would be opened up.
we could take a quick 5-minute recess if Mr. Herrera wishes to. He could take only 2 board members at a time, since we will be out of the public's hearing and viewing. I'm comfortable staying here for.
I am too. I've already seen it.
Okay, would any board members wish to go see it? Board member
yeah,
two?
I would like to scrap this real quick.
Okay, so
Make sure I'm clear. I kind of follow what you said now. It's gonna be on the right. So I said Samantha's office will be moved.
Yeah, I can actually point out through the drawing, because you all have it right in front of you.
So
I know I kind of sell things always doom and gloom at the beginning, and just going back to safety and security. As of now, you walk in this foyer, so I want you to imagine this is the parking lot, this would be Dr. Layton's office. You've walked into this foyer, and right now, the only thing stopping you is us pushing a button to let you back in. But in general, we don't have the capacity to come out and greet you. The Layton would be in his office, Sam would be a whole office over. The next closest person at this point would be Dr. Royal, which is pretty far down. So you're really getting into the building and you're having free flow of where you want to be, to the point where I've actually had where folks have got all the way down to our cafetorium, which clearly says unauthorized. But they've been lost and they don't know where they're going, and they might end up in the associate superintendent's office. This process, you would walk in, and right here, this represents a doorway. But I'm going to show you that's a doorway. It's an opening. Okay, so you would have to come into this entryway here, and here we are. This is where that wall that Dr. Lean's talking about. You'd have to get to this part first. So I want you to picture a waiting room at local doc, and which I find is really, really important, because there could be things in here set up for if you brought a child, or if you have some sort of disability that we need to assist you with while you're going through our building. This actually gives us an opportunity to do that here. Once you pass this point, Sam's already actually admitted you to this point of it. Now this is currently the way it is set up now. It's got wiring and everything there for it was an office, kind of like a greeting area at first, but not really, because you'd have to come all the way around this way to enter. So right here, the plexiglass that you're talking about, the safety for Samantha, would be here in this general area. You would have to get past her, and now you've been assigned to where you're going. So now once you've been assigned to where you're going, you've been mapped out, you're going to see HR. She would have already notified Dr. Royal. Dr. Royal, so-and-so is here to see you. They don't have an appointment perhaps. Are you available? Absolutely, Dr. Royal is always available to the public. So now Dr. Royal has given his permission in a sense to Sam to go ahead and let him through. So Dr. Royal might have one of his people or himself step out of the office so that the person can be greeted through the hallway all the way through. Now we have eyes on. So on top of that, this also has a doorway, like Dr. Lane was saying. So now you've gone through 4 layers. You've gone through 1, you've gone through 2, you've gone through 3, and now you've gone through 4. The reason for that is we do know that if somebody wants to get through to something, they're going to get through to something. But the more layers we put in gives response from emergency services a lot better chance to get here than us just having one single entryway. So 4 entryways to get through seems very redundant, but for safety and security, it's actually not. The more we put, the better. But more importantly, for the offices, for the associate superintendent, for director of finance, for director of HR, for the superintendent and the rest of the staff in the building, now we have a process to which we can actually follow and kind of show what we would like to see in other places. It's almost giving us a pilot here at the admin to see, is this something we need to put in other places? We did the same thing at Taos High School. Taos High School has a similar thing in a different sense with our rail system. Getting to Taos High School takes a little bit of time. This already exists, so it's not as expensive as it would be if we were doing it somewhere else. This is actually not a very expensive project in comparison to what it would cost us if I was doing it at any of the other sites, because I kind of looked into that. But I really love the idea of doing this. And so I think that's one of the reasons I really wanted to get on top of this, is to see. We've been trying to do this for about 4 years. This was the most feasible way to do it with the least amount of cost to the district, but to still have the safety. But more importantly, I wanted directors and superintendent and associate superintendent to be able to be notified that somebody's coming to see them, or even yourselves as the board. I know right now we're obviously on open door policy for a board meeting, but if the board was in here for a retreat or something, I would hate to know that a public person could just come right on in and be in the boardroom with you without your knowledge, because you wouldn't have been given a notification. This way, notification is the most important part. You're going to know somebody's going to your office. You're going to know somebody's in your hallways. I know Mr. Diego is going to be appreciative of it, because his security is going to be catching all this on camera, and he's going to be able to have a little bit of eyes on the entryway as opposed to 5 different entryways for whoever showed up on the hall. It also doesn't deal with, we don't deal with the UPS deliveries and all that here anymore, so we really don't need that section. We've already started our logistics department, and we've started to move for that. It actually makes the most sense now.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to come out through that door And there's there's the hall, that's the hallway.
Here, yes, ma'am.
And that way would come, it would stay the same, come here and Dr. Layton's office there.
Or,
And the access that the executive secretary has is just over here on this side.
Yeah, so right now, mirror this across, and that would be the offices here. It'd be Sam's office and Dr. Lee, where we're at right now.
Yeah. So she would be moved to this other office. Okay.
I have a question. Mr. Mayor. So right now, is it exceptional? Who's in that office?
Nobody. It's a blank office. We've already made our moves everywhere else. So that we've actually pre-planned this for at some point. So nobody's in there. We don't have anything there.
So it used to be exception programs. It's empty. Right?
Used to be
Okay, so
exception.
that's where you go in. That's where you hang out, and then they come out. Okay. And where's the restroom?
The restrooms would be directly across from here. So my hand would be where the restrooms
Member King and members of the board, also just to let you know, one of the offices, also, one of the things that we're going to convert is having the archive board agenda that we currently have in one of our storage. And so one of our thought processes to also have one of the offices that's in there, rooms that it's in there, to have the archive board agenda for the years, because the public may come and say, I would like a copy, or I need a hard copy of this archive, and it's right there.
The bulk of the cost was actually the demolition and the getting rid of stuff and the electrical. If you look at the price sheets, that's the bulk of the cost was in that part. Because it's not as much work as it sounds like. Obviously, the carpenter would be time consuming for them, but more of the getting rid of the stuff that they're going to be cutting out, the walls, moving stuff, and the electrical, of course.
Vice President Spray.
Thank you, President Flores. Thank you, Marcos.
Yep.
Which staff person chose this company?
We actually went through three different companies. This was our lowest bid.
Okay, thank you. And do you know when it's expected to be completed?
That I don't have. Do you know how long they gave us they're it's not gonna be a very big.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Editor, one thing I wanted to highlight though is I like the concept of having a waiting room, the ability to allow somebody to sit down while they're, waiting to meet with somebody. You have a table there, so an area to fill out paperwork, forms, whatever they may be. And then what I see also is that you still have the ability to use the entry foyer right there, when the offices are closed to allow for board meetings or functions in here, people just bypass that office and come straight into here.
Correct, President Flores.
And to President Flores, to add to that, right now, the waiting area are about 2 or 3 chairs in the hallway. That's it. It's 2 or 3 chairs in the hallway.
In which we actually can't because we're in violation of both our NIMSIA policy and our fire marshals. So that's because we did try to do it at one point that way, and we were cut down immediately, and we've since removed it.
Well, I would say for the cost, 37,000, and the improvements that are going to be made and accomplished through this, I think it's a good price.
I think it's a good comment.
Hold on, Board Member King, and then Secretary Trio. Board Member King.
I talked to the superintendent, and you know this too, Mr. Herrera. And we talked about this last spring, but we have this gym over here. It's huge. So I want us to continue to put this front and center. Almost, and I don't scream, but it almost made me scream. It was so I was taken aback. That's awesome because we have that space. We just need to clear it out. I know there's a process. Superintendent shared this with me. And I trust and I'm looking forward to, you guys initiating that because maybe it's even a way to get some of the high school students, I don't know if there's a way to, I know I had shop at middle school. We called it junior high back then, but you know, athletic director, Holguin is gone, but football team, maybe it's a fundraiser for him. I don't know how that would work. School, it's like, hey, versus hiring somebody off the streets, let's keep it in the family, you know.
I assure you, Board Member King, that your topic has definitely not gone on deaf ears. Not only are we addressing it, we've actually been addressing it. The logistics department, now that it's been established, it's actually at the forefront of logistics. There was multiple meetings with superintendent, myself, Renetta, Alipio. It's definitely something that we are in the process of, and like superintendent said, the state does have a process for disposal, but it's top of our list on logistics because we honestly can't do our part completely till we have a place to put stuff. So we're with you on that.
Yeah, I believe this is, that stuff is,
Absolutely.
it's, you know, landfill, I hate to say it, but that stuff is, I mean, it's probably.
We're trying.
Yeah, I would say the history of the
We're
school,
looking.
that stuff is probably right in that date.
I'm with
I
you.
saw it stacked up. It was almost like a, I hate to say it, a haunted house, so.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I was like, are we still on this? topic?
Yeah, Secretary Trujillo. Secretary Trujillo.
I see, that, we're under a price agreement and, but, you don't have the contract. There's no contract for them that protects us from any liability, any service contract.
Generally, on one of our bids of this level, we don't.
I included the contract cover page. I did not include the entire contract because it was like 60 pages long. And I didn't, it would have taken an hour to upload that into Diligent, but I can get you the copy of the contract and we can make that available. Absolutely.
Yeah, the service contract that just, again, that is reviewed by legal.
Legal, yes.
Yes.
That's why.
You're gonna bring it back to us?
The contract itself,
Yes,
we can.
yes.
Yeah,
please.
I've got the full contract on my desk. Like I said, it's this thick though, but I'll get it to you guys.
Just make sure that it's all just approved by legal, but it becomes part of it. It would have been part of this. It would have been perfect.
Are we okay with approving this item?
For now,
Approving it?
based on the review of the contract, the service contract with,
I think what Secretary Trujillo is not, so right here is the general services purchasing, contract that's with the state. I think what Secretary Trujillo is asking for is upon approval tonight, if we could get a contract, drafted. We'll approve the expenditure, but if we could get a contract drafted and signed that they're gonna, I guess it indemnifies the school, reduces the liability. The event somebody were, one of the workers were to fall and get hurt, they can't sue us, so forth, so forth.
that would be perfect.
Oh, Mark, he speaks Susan. Good job, Mark. He speaks Susan.
Superintendent, do you have a recommendation on item 10.1?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, recommend approval of the construction services for the remodel of the admin building reception room by ServPro of Santa Fe in the amount of $37,280 and 19 cents with the language that was added by you so eloquently.
So I'll make a motion to approve the expenditure of $37,280.19 for ServPro to provide construction services for the remodel of the admin building contingent upon the district drafting and entering into contract with ServPro, releasing any kind of liability and indemnification. We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Secretary Trujillo. Call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray, President Flores.
Yes.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Item 10.2 is what we're here for. Discussion, consideration, and possible approval for McGraw-Hill AP Math and Statistics curriculum in the amount of $38,755.77. We have before us our Taos High School teacher and math department chair, Mr. Greg Rayal.
Superintendent Layton, President Flores, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of, or in front of you guys tonight, and on behalf of our math department. At this point, we are seeking approval for some additional purchases to our math curriculum. We understand that math curriculum has already been purchased. However, that was just for algebra, geometry, and algebra 2. We do extend our math curriculum and our courses beyond algebra 2 to financial literacy, statistics, AP trig pre-calculus, and AP calculus AB. And every 6 years among these adoption cycles, all of those courses need to be considered. And with that, the ever-changing and evolution of these tests through College Board and through preparation for SAT are a big focus on how we make these decisions and how we have these discussions amongst our our committees throughout our community, along with students, the rest of our math department, on how we select these items and what's the main goal. We have set out some very optimistic goals, district-wide and school side-wide, to improving our math scores. And with that comes understanding the evolution of these assessments that are tied to our student success. More importantly, the SAT, the PSAT, along with the advanced placement exams and from the courses that we offer. And so we're seeking some material along with why this is pushed back a little bit later. A lot of these changes that come to the AP programs and the SAT programs, and a lot of these post-secondary requirements that a lot of these courses prepare our students for, they don't necessarily give us those changes until later on in the summer. And so we have to take a little bit of an extended time to review and make sure that we're selecting materials that are appropriate for our students, that are accessible on multiple platforms, accessible for multiple styles of learning, for multiple styles of teaching. And we just want to make sure that we achieve as much of those goals as possible and what we're looking for before we make the decision and make this recommendation for you guys to approve. And so we do have a number of different students. Most of these are senior classes. However, a lot of these classes are taken by underclassmen as well, who are in our advanced or accelerated math programs. And along with our XPRO programs, with our special education programs, this curriculum and these materials are extended to everybody. So we also make sure that it's equitable and accessible to all students throughout the district, and especially throughout Taos High School. So I stand for questions, and I'd be more than happy to answer any of your concerns about what we do as the math department, how we make these decisions, and what we're asking to be approved.
With that being said, Mr. Rayal, could you kind of just summarize and elaborate just a little bit as to how you guys went about making this determination for this curriculum and this vendor?
Right. So we start probably in November, and this started in November of 2025, understanding that we were on a new adoption year and it was the math adoption cycle. So we put together a committee of community members, staff, students, and some administrators to help us go through the process. And we seek and we pull in demos and samples from a bunch of different publishers throughout that process. A lot of the times they send us their 2026 example, and then later in the spring, they send us the 2027 example, more specific especially for the AP programs, because that's when they know what the test formats are changing. We had a lot of test format changes happen for AP Calculus, AP Statistics, and AP Pre-Calculus. So we needed to see those extended materials. So a lot of that process took an extended period of time, but we were able to make that comparison of what was available then and what we have worked with versus what are some of the new materials that are going to be presented to us, and which one's going to be the best and most suitable and accessible for our students. So we met at least 2 times a month starting in November. Around March, we started meeting about 3-4 times a month, depending on whenever we got new material. This was also approving our algebra, geometry, and algebra 2 material. And going through that process, just reviewing the material, making sure it met a specific set of guidelines provided by PED. And we had a ranking system, which we submit all the documentation to Mr. Enrique Gonzalez, who is our math interventionist for the district. So he has all that documentation as well. So we go through a pretty extensive process to making sure that we're reviewing all that material. More importantly, getting community, teacher, student, and administration feedback, and just making sure that it's all well-rounded and it's going towards the overall success of our students.
Thank you for that explanation. Thank you for the work.
Yeah.
Yes, Board Member Concha. Could you put your mic on?
I have a recent graduate now who, is going to New Mexico State, and they were asking all those questions, what his degree is going to be. And there's some math he was familiar with, some he wasn't. And so, when they're leaving Taos High School, it just doesn't end with their secondary education. You're preparing them for post-secondary and, whatever career path they choose. I think it's super important to be up to date. And I'm really glad to hear that you guys are taking the time and the effort, and it's a lot of work to make sure that, we're meeting those standards and that we're up to par with the curriculum. So
Thank you. Thank you, Member Concha. And to speak on behalf of that, as part of our community, part of our committees, we do seek out HED support as well. And we reach out to UNM Taos and some of their math professors and their math instructors to be part of that committee as well. And they're really, really beneficial in having that and providing us any new information that's happening on that HED side to making sure that our students are college and career prepared, and making sure that that readiness is flowing with the curriculum that we're providing to them as well.
Does the board have any further comments or questions?
Sounds excellent.
So it's, I just want to make a comment. The song's son, Will, he, and I don't say this in regards to Sprayer team, but the kid went to Stanford in the summers. Probably remember Mr. Rael. And he was coming back and sharing with the staff what he was learning, which is beautiful. This kid is working for, is it Google?
Yes.
I mean, he's making what a professional athlete makes. So, and he's so humble. His mother, rightfully so, is so proud. And I remember, so it's great to have the excellence at Taos High, that foundation. I compliment you guys for staying open, not being intimidated. This kid was a sponge, and it's neat, and it has continued. The convocation, all the graduates last year was amazing, great class. And I say just keep up the excellent work, all of us, because it's very encouraging, and excellence is done in the math department. So,
and we think about everything when we're going through the selection cycle, as long from
Your mic, Mr. Hale.
remediation and intervention with our students, along with how we can also provide that enrichment and acceleration for our students. So we try to cover all the spectrum with the student body that we have, and the diverse population that we have, and we're making sure that we're meeting all of their needs.
Well, good job. Good job. Commend the committee, or give them our regards and thank them for their time. Sounds like it, started back in November. That was almost a year ago. And, I think this is why one of the most important reasons why we serve on the board is ensuring that we're adopting some rigorous and curriculum. And from Mr. Rael's explanation of the process, it sounds to be very thorough. So if there's no more further questions or comments, I will turn to our superintendent as best practice and ask for his recommendation on this item.
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, recommend approval for McGraw-Hill AP Math and Statistics curriculum in the amount of $38,755.77 as presented by THS teacher and math teacher and math department chair, Mr. Greg Rael.
Superintendent has a recommendation.
I'll make a motion to approve the item 10.2 of McGraw-Hill AP Math Statistical Curriculum in the amount of $38,755.77 by Mr. Greg Rael, the Taos High School teacher, math and department chair.
Second.
We have a motion for approval from Board Member King. We have a second from Vice President Spray. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Al.
Also,
job.
Mr. Rael, I
Thank
want
you
to
so much.
say thank you so much for the great job you did at the convocation.
Thank you so much. I
Great
appreciate
job.
that. Thank you.
Appreciate
It makes
you.
Of McGraw Hill, and it says because learning changes every.
Exactly, yes. Thank you. We appreciate you guys and we look forward to a great school year. So thank you. guys.
Thank you, Mr. Al. Appreciate all you do. Thank you so much.
Great year.
Thank you.
Item 10.3, discussion, consideration, and possible approval of legal services for social media litigation to Singleton Schreiber LLP. It's in our orange folder. Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Antonio Leyen.
President Flores, Vice President Pay, members of the board, we also have Singleton Schreiber, Mr. Colon, online as well. Maria, I don't know if he's has to speak, but he is on if needed. We opened up the RFP and there was only one entry for this particular RFP, and that was for Singleton Schreiber. So what you have in your packet is one of the pages, specifically page 20, which outlines the description, contingency fees, as well as the standard contingency fee, but how it was reduced for this particular avenue. District's out of cost pocket for the attorney's fees. If no recovery is made, it is zero. So there is no cost to the district. So what I'm asking or proposing today is just approval to execute the contract, which you have a copy of on your next one, to be able to enter an agreement with Singleton Schreiber for this specific social media endeavor.
Board have any questions?
No, I'd like to make a motion.
No questions or comments. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, recommend approval of legal services for social media litigation to Singleton Schreiber LLP, and that I may go ahead and execute the contract as approved.
We have a recommendation from the superintendent. No questions or discussion. Would any member of the board wish to make a motion for
I'd like
approval?
to.
Please proceed.
Thank you, President Flores. I'd like to make a motion to approve the legal services for social media litigation to Singleton Schreiber LLP as presented by Dr. Antonio Layton Jr.
Second.
We have a motion from Vice President Spray for approval, and we have a second from Board Member Concha. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Thank you, Superintendent, and Mr. Is it Colon was online?
Colon.
Yeah, thank you for joining us tonight. We didn't have no questions for you, but do appreciate your time. Moving right along, item 10.4, discussion and possible approval of debarment procedures under the New Mexico Procurement Code. Dr. Rainier Martins, and this is in your packet on the second binder.
I believe it is the last
Yes.
few pages.
Right before future topics. And right here.
Part 2 of your bounded books, and right before the future topics.
What is the topic again?
Department.
The department.
Oh, that's exactly where I'm at. Okay.
I wo- Excuse me. President Flores, Vice President Spray, Secretary Trujillo, Board Members King and Concha. This debarment process, let's say, is something rather special. I would like to distinguish between creating even the debarment process, because we don't have a policy for that, and then the true action of debarment of possibly a company or companies. Well, I would like to distinguish these 2 points. So point number 1 is you have a proposal in front of you how the management suggests to go through a debarment process. Maybe it's the easiest if we can go on the last page to look at the flow chart.
The flow chart is listed in the last page of the
Yeah.
items.
So our suggestion is that the CFO, so that would be in this case the Director of Finance here. Sam, I can't read that. Determines if there's a fraud, default, or performance, or a reason for debarment following the New Mexico State statute. And then the CFO would need to compile a record of the facts. And when we go basically through the statutory checklist, if a debarment is warranted and possible, emphasis also on possible because the state statute has a statute of limitation which needs to be adhered to. And then, checklist gets reviewed. So right now we are proposing also to use, in this case, always legal advice. That what the CFO puts together is legally sound. And then if that's all of it is okay, that then the CFO recommends to the board with a written memo and the facts, the records transmitted for your decision of, does the board want to go through debarment of or multiple companies, yes or no? And after you authorized it, if it's a no, then obviously it's a stop. And if it's a yes, then we need to issue that to the respondents, and the vendor may or may not respond. So it depends then, it goes then through the state statute mechanism of the back and forth. And if a vendor would respond, then maybe there's a hearing. And then, the board hearing may or may not take place depending on the hearing is requested by the vendor or not. And then it's the final decision. So that's basically the process of a debarment. Why is this so special? Because essentially the debarment process in New Mexico is very rarely, following the lawyer, very rarely used. So that was from the lawyer we just had contact to yesterday, and she may or may not be on here online.
And just to be clear, if Ms. Adams, we did retain Ms. Samantha Adams from Adams and Crow, but that attorney would be specific to Dr. Martins and not the board. The board's attorney is Elena, who would be the one talking to the board, but I'm not sure if she's on board. She doesn't have to be. I just wanted to make sure that there was enough.
Online?
Excuse me, yes, yes, sir. If she were online or not, but just more of a notation that we do have legal counsel to review through the whole process for Dr. Martins in his official capacity.
Does the board have any questions? We do have Mrs. Gallegos present if there's any legal related questions. Okay, Vice President.
Thank you, Dr. Martins. I had a question. I kind of just want to always know if it's just something that's instigated by you alone, or would our auditors have a conversation? Could they have a conversation with you about this, or would you entertain that conversation with our auditors?
So for me, of course, the trigger was the forensic audit.
Pardon me?
The trigger for all of this was the forensic audit. So the auditor
Right.
is obviously heavily involved. No. Now the auditor also already said to me, okay, so now you have our audit report, and now you may or may not take action on it. And I did take action because the school board also said, look, we are interested to pursue this. No, but as said, I would like to distinguish between a process. So your question is, yes, I would be, or not I, but the position of
Yes.
the CFO is responsible for initiating that. And that can be triggered by the board, it can be triggered by the auditor, but it has to go through the analytics of the CFO to say, okay, you have the facts, here's an analysis, and this is when where Dr. Layton said, okay, I did provide an analysis, so I do have an opinion about if a company should be debarred or not, or companies, and that is now scrutinized by the lawyer Adams to say, okay, is my analysis sound and solid? And if she says yes, I can back you up on this one, then I can present that to you and say, look, following on my analysis with the legal backup I have, this is what I propose to you. you may or may not agree to my analysis. So maybe based on the forensic, you have a different opinion than I have. And that's the reason why Dr. Layton said, okay, you need to have legal advice and the board has legal advice. And that because you made the decisions. I can provide analytics, I can provide suggestions, but you decide if you want to go through a debarment or you don't want to go through a debarment. You decide if you agree to my analysis or you do not agree to my analysis.
So the question for, I'm sorry, are you?
I am, thank you. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just all
No.
top down. There was conversation, what
Yeah.
happens in your position. Thank you.
Superintendent Layton, so the purpose of this item is to approve the debarment procedures.
That is correct. As a district, we currently do not have in policy a process for debarment. So we had to bring to the board is an actual process first before we can consider bringing any debarment for a company or companies. And so what you have here in front of you is just a review and discussion, possible approval for the process to go through debarment.
So as part of the process, that looks like there's 10 articles. Just for the record, I'm going to read the first article, which is Article 1, Purpose, Taos Municipal Schools Debarment Procedures. The purpose of these debarment procedures is to protect the integrity of Taos Municipal Schools procurement process. These procedures establish a clear, fair, and efficient process for debarment or suspension of vendors doing business with the district consistent with New Mexico public procurement principles and streamlined for school district use. These procedures apply to all procurements other than contracts for professional services by Taos Municipal Schools, including purchases, contracts, and agreements funded by district, state, or federal sources, except where superseded by specific grant or program rules. It's followed by Article 2, which is authority. Article 3 is grounds for debarment or suspension. Article 4, investigation. Article 5 is recommendation of purchasing agent. Article 6, board authorization of proceedings. Article 7, notice of proposed debarment. Article 8 is hearing procedures. Article 9 is board decision, and the final Article 10 is sanctions. And there is a flow chart that Dr. Martins presented to the board as to the process in front of us that is identified also in the articles. I don't need to read through all of this. It will be available for public view if approved by the board. It is in our packet for public view. Does the board have any further questions? Board Member King and then Secretary Chu.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Hold on 1 second. Let's finish the discussion.
I believe it was mentioned at one point that, that our vendor list was absolutely incredible. And probably there are vendors in there that are no longer doing business, period, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And so I think that by having something in place and just looking at that, at some point, looking at all that vendor, it would bring everything very current. And just, if they're doing business, then making sure that they're sent out to NIB. All of that in place, everything that is part of the process would happen.
Secretary Trujillo, I believe this is something different. You bring up a very valid point, or also an audit finding that our vendor matrix list is not updated, and then 1099 issues and all of that. However, that has nothing to do with debarment.
No, I know.
Yeah, but let's stay on the debarment.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm just saying,
I can address your point after the debarment, I suggest.
So,
Well, my comment, President Mark, is in regards to Board Member Concha, the packet was significant. We had a lot of material. I believe since we do not have procedure at the current time for the board is to, say we table this, put this on the agenda for our next board meeting and make that an actionable item then. I believe we should review this, make sure we are.
This has been reviewed by our legal.
Yeah, it has been, but I'm talking about us as board members to be unequivocally, we reviewed this, we read it once or twice, and we act on it as if some things where we read and then we act on it. I think in regards to naming buildings, this is, you know, I'm not saying that.
This has nothing to do with naming buildings, Board Member King.
But I believe we table it and we put it on the agenda for next. That's my recommendation. And that's my motion. It cannot be second, but that's what I'm considering today.
Board Member King has a motion to table this item on the floor.
And make it actionable for the next board meeting. We vote on it as a board. Following board meeting. Put it on the agenda.
Is there a second? Hearing no second, motion dies. Moving forward, Superintendent, do you have a recommendation on this item?
President Flores, Vice President Spray, members of the board, recommend approval of the department procedures under the New Mexico Procedure Code as presented by Dr. Rainer Martins, Director of Finance.
Superintendent has a recommendation for approval. Does any member of the board wish to make a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the department procedures on the New Mexico Procurement Code as presented by Dr. Rainier Martins, Director of Finance.
Second.
We have a motion from Board Member Concha. We have a second from Vice President Spray. Could you please call for the roll?
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Abstain.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes.
Thank you. Now to the second part. I did do my analysis based on. Yes,
Dr. Martins, that's not an agenda item, so we cannot discuss that.
good, then thank you for your attention.
Thank you. But I think you heard the recommendation from Vice. You don't need to comment back, but I think Secretary Trio wants us to go through our vendor list and just make sure that it's up to date and current.
Shall I answer? So,
Okay.
okay. Oh,
No, meaning we're okay. We've already gone through the
Yeah.
process, so
We're
we're
good.
moving over to the next one.
good, then I can address that later.
Thank you. Item 11 is executive session. 11.1 is pursuant to section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act to discuss limited personnel matters, specifically for the board to complete the 2025-2026 superintendent end-of-year evaluation process by receiving the superintendent's input as to performance goals and discussing and finalizing the goals for 2026-2027 superintendent evaluation cycle. At this time, it is 7:50 PM. I will make a motion to enter into executive session.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Please call for the roll.
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes.
did a fly event same day as the competition, so my boss, yeah, we raising.
We're live? Okay. Okay, board, we're live. I would like to make a motion to exit executive session.
I'll second.
We have a second from Board Member King. Could you please call for the roll?
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo, Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes, for the record, the board entered into executive session at 7:50 PM pursuant to section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act to discuss limited personnel matters specifically for the board to complete the 2025-2026 superintendent end of the year evaluation process by receiving the superintendent's input as to performance goals and discussing and finalizing the goals for the 2026-2027 superintendent evaluation cycle. Item 12 is other new business. 12.1 is approved superintendent goals for the 2026-2027 evaluation cycle as developed in executive session. At this time, I would like to make a motion to approve the superintendent goals for the 2026-2027 evaluation cycle as developed in executive session with changes per board feedback as discussed in executive session.
Second.
We have a second from Vice President Spray. Could you please call for the roll?
Board Member Concha,
Yes.
Board Member King,
Yes.
Secretary Trujillo,
Yes.
Vice President Spray,
Yes.
President Flores.
Yes. Okay, item 13 is future topics. Do any board members have items to be addressed for future topics?
Of course, I have one.
Okay,
Are you ready for it?
yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming that, I'm pretty sure and assuming that Maria is the IT person and not the person in charge of updating the website. I don't know who is. You are? Okay, well then I don't really want to say this, but there are some things on there that have been brought to my attention that need updating, and I don't know if you need help with that or something. I thought someone else did that for you.
No, that would be me. I would just.
Okay.
Need the information to get it up.
If you could provide that to Vice.
Updating staff that's no longer here, that kind of thing. And also like the Title IX person is listed as CJ Grace and, that kind of updating as time moves on. You were, because I would never, I thought it was someone else's job, not yours, or I wouldn't have brought it up. Sorry. But anyway, thank you. I think it's important to have it updated. Thank you.
Any
Thank you,
other items for future topics?
If I could, once, any of the updates, if I could have that directed to me so that I can make sure and direct, Mr. Tet.
Yeah, and I would also suggest, so that's not really an agenda related future topic, and if we have concerns or items that are at the that aren't an agenda topic, could provide that information to superintendent.
Right. I always think of that as not just agenda topics, but future things that we need to think about or talk about. Maybe, I don't know, additional items or something. That's not really what it's called, but anyway, I didn't know where else to bring it up. Thank you.
Board Member King.
Appreciate it, President Mark. Yeah, the foundation, we could put that on the agenda. I'm meeting, so we can formally now move forward with that. I think it's gonna be great for the district and as well as the community. Also, the resolution for the New Mexico School Board Association, if we can get with our two elected officials in regards to board members, if it's Vice President and myself, Vice President Susan, if you're available, but let's sit with both of them, talk to them, kind of, we need to be talking to them at least quarterly, how are you doing, where we see our Senator Gonzalez, and it was great to go on the floor of the Senate, but we need to have informal conversations. I think we
should do lunches.
Yeah,
That's
we
what they like.
need to network more because it's,
Good idea.
yeah.
I'm happy to do it anytime.
I like the resolution that was put forth. I read that and I think it's huge. I think it's been a disservice for school board members of the state, and we can do better, for sure. We need to.
President Flores, Member King, members of the board, along those same lines, I did, it is a future topic in that I did forward last year's resolution that the board adopted. So in order for us to send it to NMSBA, the board has to review and approve before we can send it. So I had requested to see if the board either wanted to have a special board meeting just for that, and or me reach out to Joe Guillen to see if he would accept it on the night of the 9th, because it's due on the 8th. And of course, our next board meeting is on the 9th. So if the board approves it, discusses it that night, I could send it that same night.
Okay, talk to Mr. Guillen, but we may need to have a special meeting otherwise.
Yeah, I think we could convene for, like, we passed the bond. I think I said the techno bonds that we did just for that 15 minutes. I think it's crucial.
Yeah, I hate to ask for extra special. We could, too bad we didn't do it tonight. Have it on the agenda for tonight. I hate to ask for extra special favors from.
What I'm hearing from the board, a special board meeting, so I'll send the proposed dates, and it can be just for that one specific item.
Yeah, like a 15-minute
Mhm.
thing. Perfect, thank you.
Any other future topic items?
But I sure would like to know how what kind of interest we're getting on the money that we have invested.
An update on our investment income. I got 3 items that came to mind. One, hearing the public comment, if we can review our facilities use policy moving forward. I do believe that and understand that these are community facilities. At the same time, the school is the caretaker and needs to ensure that they're being properly cared for, but also, you know, when members of the community come forward, we need to have a clear, defined process that doesn't allow for any ambiguity or misconceptions. The other item is if we could look at the policy for student and personal identifiable information, present that, or FERPA. And the last one, I don't know if is it FERPA or?
So FERPA is one component that you can't identify. It's supposed to be confidential,
Yes.
but I think as it relates to open discussion, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And then I'd like to see a presentation at some time in the future about art in the schools. And maybe we have the high school art teacher do a presentation or a collective presentation from the various school sites. I just wanted to see how art is being promoted in our school, various school sites.
Do you mean just like drawn art or theater art? There's different kinds of art, theaters and art, musics and art, all that. Do you want to
I
hear?
think all of that, yeah.
Me too. Okay, thank you.
The arts,
The arts,
the arts.
The arts, yeah.
the arts from the art community.
Yeah, I think that, yeah. Thank you for that clarity. Vice President Sprague.
Super, President Mark, you made another point. I think we maybe try to get our head around creating a policy about AI. I don't know if we get more updates, so we are more informed as a board, and then we can put that on future action, but maybe regards fact finding, because I don't think we have policy, and I know this is right in front of us, front and center, and I think we try to get in front of this versus behind it.
Superintendent,
We brought that up the last time.
I think the thing with the AI is it's changing so quickly, but I wish there should be probably some kind of foundational policy that we could implement. Thank you, Superintendent. Item 14 is upcoming Taos Municipal School Board meetings. Our next regular board meeting is September 9th, 2026 at 6 p.m. here at the boardroom. We do anticipate a possible special meeting to approve an NMSBA resolution, time and date to be determined. Item 15 is adjournment, so move to adjourn.
Second.
second from Vice President Spray. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you all.
Oh, yeah. Where's DJ popping up?
Did you ever hear about
What?
that?
Popping up in the-
Some guy just dropped a ban and he wasn't. This is back in.
Oh, I heard that a lot. Oh, no. I know, I heard. You know what? I did see it. I can't remember where. I did see
Oh,
it.
you probably.
You
sent me that email. Yeah.
I'm going to Washington the first week of
October?
September.
October. My birthday. So September's kind of late. Are you going for Labor Day or right after?
The first week. I can't remember.
So you're going
Look at
before?
my
Well,
calendar.
no. First week. Labor Day is the seventh.
Yeah. Indian talk. I didn't. Do I have to sign anything?
Good evening, Elena.
Back door, am I the only one going
No. Saw your
No,
car.
and you know, well, that's what I was actually.
Yeah, the new Beamers are selling stuff.
I don't know, I'm kind of partial to those caddies.
Hey, ready for our cruise? We gotta talk about it. Oh, you know what? President Mark, we didn't, root those guys on. Yeah. The Tigers, we have our first volleyball game and our first, oh yeah, when is the first volleyball game? Thursday against Grants and the Tiger game is, Tiger game.
And I had.
Eagerly anticipating this.
Students that need the services, and their families.
This is Olympia's daddy.
I'm gonna hit on your side.
Okay.
Good night, Ms. Gallegos. Thank you so much.
You're leaving tomorrow, correct?
I am spending the night. I'm not driving back, not through the canyon.
Yeah, it's
The
like-
canyon after dark gives me still a little.
Be careful on your
I'm
trip
supposed
tomorrow.
to be in your book too, just kidding.
Me? I mean.
Superintendent, what's Olympia's dad's name?
I don't know, that I don't know.
His dad's name?
Elipio.
Oh, he's junior.
Yeah, same name.
Makes sense.
Or odd.
JR. Not calling me. It's a lag, it's like a second lag. You see people talk. Kind of like my TV, watching satellite.
Maria, on the website, there's a search
That's what
She's
I'm
doing
on.
it.
That's why I can't find it.
Yeah, I've done it a few times because I think this is about the second or third time. And so I've done it, sir. I can't find it, but
I can't find it, and then like it, so like,
I mean,
oh shoot.
maybe if you.
Hold on, let me turn off the meeting, you guys.
President, Vice President, Spray, maybe
I've seen that.
if you get the feedback again, they can pinpoint which specific site so we can